you ready to roll, Judd? Judd, how are you, buddy? Oh, tired. Good. 20.
Test, test. All right, we're going to get things started here shortly. Welcome to the Sioux County 4-H Swine Show. First class up is going to be pen of 3, so that'll be first call, pen of 3. First and second call, pen of 3. You can start making your way to the rings here shortly. Test, test. Third call, pen of 3. Third call, pen of 3. Start making your ways to the ring. You can sit there.
Yep, I saw that.
First call in the barn, Derby Swine. First call in the barn, Derby Swine. Third and final call, pen of 3.
That's all I need to know.
Yep, I got it.
So you're getting stickers.
I got it.
Kevin, I got all the whole camera up here. So ready to roll? She's ready. Good. Sure. Hey.
Entering the ring now is our pen of 3. We have 2 exhibitors, Cale Weber and Cullen Weber. Second call in the barn, Derby Swine. Second call in the barn, Derby Swine. Just a quick announcement following the Derby Swine, we'll do the market carcass swine for that class. We do not need the pigs, just the kids. So for the market carcass swine, we'll just need the kids, no pigs for that class.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me come up to Sioux County. I can see that you guys have some new fairgrounds and a really beautiful weather and a beautiful outlook to be able to see today, so very excited to get up here and sort with you guys. We kick off our show with the pen of 3s, and when I go and judge pen of 3s, kind of what I'm looking for is if we were to copy these things about 800 times and to clear out a finisher, which 3 duplicated 800 times would make me the most money. And when we go and sell these things to the packers, what they're looking for is uniformity, pounds, and then also that lean value as well. And when we put those things into perspective, and if I were to copy these things 800 times, the trio that I just keep coming back to in terms of being uniform in their type and kind, they're approximately the same size, they lean well, they have enough muscle. That is the all black hog trio that will be your champion pen of 3 today. A really nice set, not only just from their color, but when we really size them out and look at them, they are very similar. Very similar in their lean value. Structurally, they're more correct than a couple others in the other pen of 3. Just a really nice, solid pen of 3 to go ahead and be your champions today. Not to take anything away from our reserves, because I think they add a lot of muscle value and lean value to the carcass rail, but for me, I think we get a little bit outsized with one of those gilts. The gilt's a little bit smaller than the 2 barrows in the trio, and also I think we were working with a few structural issues on a couple of them, but still a really, really high quality set of pen of 3s to get this class started. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Third call, Derby Swine. Third call, Derby Swine. First and second call, market carcass swine. Once again, just a quick reminder on that. No pigs needed for the market carcass swine, just the kids. No pigs, just the kids. Winner of that class was Cullen Weber. Coming in second was Kale. Entering the ring now is your Derby Swine. Your exhibitors are Cullen Weber, Kale Weber, Bodie Weber, Kale Weber, Lucas Hillbrands, and Tate Vendong. This will be first call in the barn, senior showmanship. Just a quick announcement on the senior and junior, or intermediate showmanship. We're going to split both of those in 2 classes. So the first class of senior showmanship will be Josie Bumgars, Blake Ostenink, Laney Franken, Jacqueline Bergstrom, and Barrett Bleeker. So the first class of senior showmanship, Josie Bumgars, Blake Ostenink, Laney Franken, Jacqueline Bergstrom, Barrett Bleeker. First call for that first class of senior showmanship. Second call in the barn, first class of senior showmanship. Josie Bumgars, Blake Ostenink, Laney Franken, Jacqueline Bergstrom, and Barrett Bleeker. This will be first call, second class senior showmanship. Kale Weber, McKenna Claveringa, Cole Hoyer, Olivia Fagley, and Margot Skademan. This will be third call, market carcass swine. Just a reminder, no pigs, just kids for that.
The Derby show's kind of small but mighty, kind of near and dear to my heart, growing up in an era where Derby swine were just a little bit more prevalent than what they are today. So excited to see counties still keep this tradition alive. When I go out and evaluate Derby hogs, a couple of things that I'm looking for. One is rate of gain, but aside from that is not only are you having a high rate of gain, but how are you adding those pounds per day? Is it sheer muscle? Is it sheer leanness? Or are we starting to flirt with the line of putting a little too much cover on some of these things? And I think the two that rise to the top, that's kind of where we're getting to that separation of fine line. I think one has a higher rate of gain as to heavier pounds, but I think another one does it with a more leaner, higher value type of way while still being out here and being a functional show pig. And that's the young man here in front of me that's going to be your champion today. One that is just really, really opens up high when you get right on top of him. I anticipate that that one scans with a pretty large eye based on how he's just sheer width up high, matches at the ground. Where he has that advantage of compared to our reserve is I think he's depositing just sheer more muscle at this stage of the game compared to the one in reserve. This one I think is pushing the limits in terms of 12 o'clock. We're starting to deposit a little bit more cover everywhere, a little bit more just sheer chub up front. I just want to just lean him up just a tick. Still another high rate of gain, high pounds per day type of hog to go ahead and go reserve. The young man's Berkshire here in 3 that comes out next is one that adds a lot of lean value, and being a Berkshire appearing hog can add some extra value in terms of that heritage breed market, but one that I think compared to our champions gets a little bit more narrower at the ground, not as just genuine and opened up when you read his lower skeleton. And as we start to read those pounds per day, just falls out a tick, but still a nice, comfortable, pliable, easy feeding type of project for that comes out next. This one, from a structural standpoint, just kind of fell off into 4th, gets a little bit more forward in that shoulder angle, not as level in his top line. Just give him a more level look. And the 2 Yorkshires that are going to round class today are ones that just simply run out of sheer muscle expression and muscle mass, a little bit more narrower coming and going. Just want to give them some more muscle expression to move them up any higher.
Winning that class of Derby swine is Lucas Hilbrand, and in second is Tate Van Dong. Entering the ring now, we have market carcass swine, just the kids, no pigs. The exhibitors for that are Lucas Hilbrand, Quinn Klein-Waltrink, Barrett Bleeker, Josie Baumgars, and Tyson Holstein. Please make your way to the ring now.
The 5 individuals that we have in the room are in the ring right now. This is a market carcass. So yesterday we had an individual come and actually scan our pigs for the fair that were nominated or were entered into this class. So market carcass takes into account the back fat that the pig has, as well as the size of the loin eye, and then they actually adjust all of that so that all the pigs are at the same weight. They put it all into a formula after it's scanned, and the results that we had for this. So in 5th place, we had Tyson Holstein was in 5th. His pig weighed 218 pounds, but it had a 0.39 back fat and a 7.39 loin eye area. In 4th place was Josie Baumgars. She had a 219-pound pig that had a 0.43 back fat with a 7.58 loin eye area. 3rd place was Barrett Bleeker with a 266-pound pig with a 0.54 back fat with a 7.87 loin eye area. 2nd place was Quinn Klein-Walterink with a 275-pound pig with a 0.5 back fat with an 8.06 loin eye area. And then Lucas Hilbrands was our champion in market carcass with a 0.58 back fat with a loin eye area of 8.44. So let's give these individuals a round of applause. you individuals just come over here.
So it'll be third call, first class senior showmanship. Third call, first class senior showmanship, Josie Bumgars, Blake Ostenink, Laney Franken, Jacqueline Bergstrom, and Barrett Bleeker. This will be second call, second class of senior showmanship. That class consists of Kale Weber, McKenna Claveringa, Cole Hoyer, and Margot Skeideman. Entering the ring now is our first class senior showmanship. Entering the ring now, first class senior showmanship. Third call, second class senior showmanship. Third call, second class senior showmanship. This will be first call in the barn for intermediate showmanship first class. We're going to do the same thing with the intermediates as we are the seniors. We're going to split those classes. So the first class is going to consist of Braylee Claveringa, Mason Rosenbaum, Logan Fetters, MacArthur Skeideman, Lydia Bleeker, and Georgia Vandenberg. So first call, first class intermediate showmanship.
Please double check me.
Third call, second class senior showmanship. Third call, second class senior showmanship. Kale Weber, McKenna Claveringa, Cole Hoyer, Margot Skeideman.
As we go into our showmanship, I kept kept two back from our first heat of seniors, ones that just kind of came out of the gate, gave me all the views right away, and then stayed in front of me, utilized their ring, big long passes. The ones that's kind of, we're going to head back to the barn. Young lady here with the all-black gilt, I just wish I had a little bit more eye contact. I love how calm, cool, and collected you are. I just want to add a little bit more eye contact and knowing where I'm at. Young lady here with kind of the off-belt to gilt. Love your intensity. I know that you know where I'm at. At times, you want to get a little too far in front of her shoulder. Let's stay back by her hip. Make sure that our free hand is not going too far in front of them as well. And the young man headed out just need a little bit more intensity to be able to make him stay as well. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
Second call in the barn, first class intermediate showmanship. Second call in the barn, first class intermediate showmanship. Braley Claveringa, Mason Rosenbaum, Logan Fetters, MacArthur Scheidemann, Lydia Bleeker, and Georgia Vandenberg will make up that first class of intermediates. Entering the ring now is the second half of the senior showmanship class. Cale Weber, McKenna Claveringa, Cole Hoyer, and Margot Scheidemann. If you are wanting a program, we've got a few of them sitting over here yet. If you want a program, we've got a few programs left over here. This will be first call in the barn, the second class of intermediate showmanship. First call in the barn, second class intermediate showmanship.
Again, kept two back that just kind of utilized the ring and made it a little bit more smoother, not a stop and go. The two that we're sending back, my biggest thing for you guys would be just to make sure we're not getting too whip happy on their face. Try to keep them going. The go button's up back by that belly, so just a little less whip to be able to move on up. But again, a really nice class of seniors.
In the ring now are our senior showmanship, competing for showmanship. Blake Ostenink, Margot Scheidemann, Cole Hoyer, and Laney Franken in the ring competing for senior showmanship. This will be third call in the barn, first class intermediate showmanship. Third call in the barn, first class intermediate showmanship. Second call in the barn, second class intermediate showmanship. First class is Braley Claveringa, Mason Rosenbaum, Logan Fetters, MacArthur Scheidemann, Lydia Bleeker, and Georgia Vandenberg.
nice class of senior showmanship. And when I go out and sort showmanship, that I'm looking for is just kind of making it look smooth. I want it to be a sub, but I want that extra gear as well, keeping them moving, good eye contact, utilizing the ring, not getting too caught up in the pack. Come out here, and I think there's one that kind of just hit me hard when he came through the gate and hasn't let off on the gas since, and that's the young man with the blue belt to gilt that's going to be your champion. Young man does an excellent job. I love the way he utilizes the ring. I love the extra gear. He just does an excellent job getting that gilt presented to a T. Congratulations to him. The one that I think closely resembles him, and if I could have just had a little bit more eye contact, a little more intensity, he would have been right up there as well. For me, though, I love the way he utilizes the ring. I love the way he kind of floats, and that's the young man here with the calico that's going to go ahead and go reserve. He does a great job at utilizing that ring. I love the long passes. I love the smoothness. Just need a little bit more eye contact at times. Young lady with the belted barrow is going to be your third in today. One that I appreciate the intensity. It looks like we're losing control just a tick, so we just need to bring it all in and make it look a little bit smoother to make her play with those boys up on the top end. And the young lady with the blue barrel that rounds out the class, again, love the way she utilizes the ring, big long passes. For me, just want a little bit quicker of a step, a little bit quicker pace to be able to move her on up.
First place winner in senior showmanship goes to Blake Ostenink. Second place, Cole Hoyer. Third, Laney Franken. And fourth place, Margot Scheidemann. Entering the ring now is your first class intermediate showmanship. Mason Rosenbaum, Logan Fetters, MacArthur Scheidemann, Lydia Bleeker, and Georgia Vandenberg. This will be third call for the second class of intermediate showmanship, consisting of Grayson Franken, Tate Van Dong, Paisley Klein-Waltrink, Addison Denowden, Bodie Weber, and Anna Ostenink.
Yeah, you're fine. So you need to decide if you need to be able to do it.
Hey, are you split? Yeah. didn't.
Again, we kept 2 back out of our first heat of intermediates, and 2 that just kind of rise to the top in terms of taking it to a next level of intensity and pace and getting to where they need to be. The 3 that I'm going to send back to the barn, I just need a little bit more eye contact. Make sure you're not getting too far away from me, but still not on top of me as well, not riding the rail, and just a little bit more eye contact as well. So congratulations to the 2 we kept back.
Entering the ring now will be the second half of that intermediate showmanship class. Those exhibitors are Grayson Franken, Tate Van Dong, Paisley Klein-Waltrink, Addison Den Ouden, Bodie Weber, and Anna Ostenink. This will be first call, Class 1 Junior Showmanship. First call, Class 1 Junior Showmanship.
Really, really deep second heat and kept 3 back on this go. 3 that I think just take it to the next level of keeping their head up, keeping them moving. Young man with the belted gilt that's going out. I love your intensity. I love that you know where I'm at. I just wish that gilt could get her head up and kind of put that show package together. Young man that is going out next, one that I really appreciate how you are getting her head up. I just need a little bit more eye contact from you. And then the young lady, I just need a little bit more intensity to add you to the heat as well. But a really, really top trio. Excited to be working with your intermediates for this top 3. All right, we'll do them regular.
Second call in the barn, first class junior showmanship. Second call in the barn, first class junior showmanship. In the ring now are our top 5 intermediate showmen. This top 5 consists of Mason Rosenbaum, Lydia Bleeker, Grayson Franken, Addison Den Ouden, and Anna Ostenink. Call in the barn, second class junior showmanship. First call in the barn, second class junior showmanship.
Come back here and go at her.
This will be third call in the barn, first class junior showmanship. Third call in the barn, first class junior showmanship. That class consists of Berkeley Franken, Cole Vendong, Lucas Hillbrands, Judd Bergstrom, Caden Holstein, Colin Weber, Tanner Post, Baylor Van Rigamorter, and Kinley Franken.
Really, really good class of intermediates on our top end, and I'm just going to give them all just a piece of advice. When it comes to your whip, choke back on it. They put a handle on them. When we start choking up past that handle is when we start getting a little bit more forward towards their shoulder, and when we get more closer to their shoulder, we get those stop and go movements. So my biggest piece of advice is choke back up on that whip, go back to that handle, and stay back by that hip, because when we're back by that hip, we get to keep in that forward motion and not as much stop and go. but that's just a little piece of advice to take you guys to the next level at your state fair, Clay County Fair, wherever the next level is for you guys. That's just my biggest piece of advice. That being said, I still think there's one that comes out here, and what I really appreciate about this showman is just their ring awareness. They're utilizing the ring, big long passes, and doing it with an extra gear to go and a little bit level of extra intensity. And that's the young man with the belted gilt that's going to be your belted barrel, to be your champion today. Young man does a great job at utilizing that ring. He was never caught up in the pack and just kept that pig going to the best of his ability. Young lady with the belted barrow does an excellent job at staying back by that hip. I love this young lady's style, is keeping it smooth, keeping it going. If I'm going to take you just a tick quicker. I know out in the sand they want to get a little bit more hesitant, but if we could add that second gear and go, you got an excellent setup. I love that you're back by the hip. I love the intensity. Just want a second gear. Young lady that comes out in third, another one that I appreciate the intensity. I appreciate them utilizing that ring and making it look smooth. So at times you want to get a little too far in front of their shoulder. I want to stay back by that hip just ever so slightly. And if we could get a second gear as well, that would take you to a new level. Young lady that comes out next has that extra gear and that extra go. For me, we get too much of a stop and go motion. That gilt's just not wanting to cooperate and be a showmanship pig today for that young lady. But I love the intensity. I love her try. The gilt's just not wanting to be a showmanship pig today. Similar story for the young lady with the red that's going to go ahead and round out this class. Young lady does an excellent job at getting her going when you can get her. She's just fighting her way too much today to be able to move her up any higher. Gets a little too whip happy because of that. So if we could just get that one a little bit more broke, a little bit more trained, I'm sure that'll bump up that young lady a couple of spots. Congratulations to all our intermediates on a really, really nice top 5.
First place intermediate showmanship goes to Mason Rosenbaum. Second place, Addison Den Ouden. Entering the ring now, first class junior showmanship. The exhibitors are Berkeley Franken, Cole Vendong, Lucas Hilbrands, Judd Bergstrom, Caden Holstein, Colin Weber, Tanner Post, Baylor Van Rigemorter, and Kinley Franken. On deck, second and third call for our second class junior showmanship. Second class junior showmanship. As this first class of junior showmanship's coming into the ring, we'd like to thank our judge, Caitlin Kane. Caitlin's from Casey, Iowa, where she resides with her husband, Zach. They own and operate Raising Cane show pigs that markets purebred and crossbreds to junior exhibitors across the U.S. She's got a heart for the swine industry and has done a lot of things and a lot of good things, and we're just glad to have her here at Sioux County Fair.
One more.
Well, when these juniors came through the gate, I knew that this was going to be tough, and I ended up keeping back 5 that I think I want to go ahead and rework with, sending 4 back to the barns that just in terms of not having pigs that wanted to cooperate today, I told them each kind of individually of what I would change, but a really, really good set of junior showmen to kick off our first heat.
Third call in the barn, third and final call, second class junior showmanship. Those will be entering the ring now. Those exhibitors are Mallory Scheidemann, Will Vandenberg, Tyson Holstein, Quinn Klein-Waltrink, Sawyer Bleeker, Bowden Franken, Wyatt Smith, and Cale England. After the conclusion of our junior showmanship, breeding gilt Berkshire class. First call, purebred breeding gilt Berkshire class.
Showmanship. Showmanship, right?
They can come out. Okay, they can come out.
Another good class, just ones that kind of got a little bit lost in the shuffle, got a little too caught up in the pack, got a little too far away from me as well. Ended up keeping one back from that particular drive that will go ahead and rework these top 6.
This will be second call in the barn for Purebred Breeding Gilt Berkshire class. Second call in the barn, Purebred Breeding Gilt Berkshire class. Third call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Berkshire class. First call in the barn, Chester Whites.
Well, the future of Sioux County is going to look pretty bright if these are your top 3 juniors, because these kids can flat show. They're really, really good. Let's give all of these top 6 a big round of applause. These juniors are super impressive. It's really getting down to nitpicky things, which is exciting. When you come up to a show, you don't really know what to expect at a county fair when you don't really know anyone up here, but I'm super impressed with the level that these kids bring. The skin and hair is on top shape, and we just really getting down to nitpicky things. And I apologize for driving them a little long. I hate to break them down during showmanship, but these kids deserve that extra time to be able to help me make my decision. And so we kind of talk about all 3 of these kids, and I think they each do something that makes the other one better, which is only going to make these 3 kids better as you continue to show in this county and push each other. And you can swap it all 3 ways that you'd want to. It comes down to personal preference. And for me, the one that I think comes out here and is just holding it together the most, utilizing the ring, yet still great eye contact, maybe not the quickest one out here, but has the most control, and that's the young man here in front of me. He'll be your champion today. Again, this is getting really nitpicky, guys. This is fun to be able to sort this level of showmanship at a county fair. The young lady's going to be your reserve. I love her intensity. The barrow's just starting to break down a little bit ever so slightly. She could just keep that barrow together. I love the way she utilizes the ring. I love the intensity. Barrow's just starting to fight her. Young man, you do an excellent job. I thought you hit me the hardest out through the gate. For me, though, at times we want to use that free hand a little too much on their hip. Keep that free hand back. Don't use that whip. Use the whip to keep her forward. Don't use the brush, because when we use that brush on the top of her hip, they want to crunch up in their top line when they feel it. So my biggest thing is making sure we're utilizing that free hand back behind back by our hip, so that we're not getting them up on our top line. Young lady that comes out next, I love your style. I love how calm, cool, and collected you are. As your pig's breaking down, you're still keeping it together, not getting flustered, not fighting him. But again, as she's starting to fight you, Win is just not wanting to be a show pig, but I love the smoothness. I love the style. It's a subtle intensity that I really appreciate. Just wish the pig would agree with you later on. Young man that comes out next. Again, one that's just super relaxed. I love that kind of style. I love that he's the one that's back by their hip the best, the one that's actually utilizing that whip at the handle that I like. Again, as the drive is wearing on, the pig's starting to fight him, not wanting to just get up and go. I could handle just a tick quicker pace as well, but young man's got a bright future ahead of him. And young lady that rounds out our top 6, I love the intensity. The gilt's just really not wanting to cooperate today to be able to move you up any higher, but great intensity, great start, just got to get her broke.
Third and final call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Berkshire class. Rounding out that top flight of the junior showmanship, first place goes to Cale England, second place Berkeley Franken, third place Judd Bergstrom, fourth place Baylor Van Rigamorter, fifth place Colvin Dong, and sixth place Kinley Franken. Entering the ring now are our purebred breeding gilt Berkshire class. Those exhibitors are Carter Hoyer, Grayson Franken, and Lydia Bleeker. Second and third call in the barn for Chester White. Second and third call in the barn for Chester White. And first call purebred breeding gilt Duroc class. First call purebred breeding gilt Duroc class.
Hey, do we want to leave the champion purebred breeding gilt speech class here, or do you want him to go and come back?
I think your birds can probably go back. But, no, they can stay here.
Let them stay here.
Yeah.
Second call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Duroc class. Second call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Duroc class. Third and final call, Chester Whites.
As we move on into our breeding gilt division, we end up landing on one that just kind of looks like a sow should look like. Very bold through her center rib. She's opened up and square coming and going. To me, she reads the most level out through her hip design, which is where I appreciate it. Got an extra shot of bone, very genuine in her width at the ground when you're going away from her. Comfortable place to start. The young lady that comes out next, one of this probably a more fresher appearing. I like that extra look and extension that she has up front. For me, though, it's her back two that I want to rearrange. Gets a little bit more crinkled in that ham-loin junction and shorter and rounder out of her hip. Just want to level her out there to be able to move her on up any higher. And the young man that rounds out our our class, one that's tall at the point of her shoulder. I love her just steer forearm. For me, though, she gets a little bit out-horsed in terms of foot and bone size compared to our two above her. And as I read her coming and going, she's more concave in her overall lower skeleton. Just want to ply her apart there, make her width at the ground match her width up high.
Entering the ring now is our Chester White class. We have one exhibitor, Cole Hoyer. This will be third class in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Duroc. Third call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Duroc. First call, purebred breeding gilt Hampshire class.
Just a lone Chester entry, yet still one that I think could withstand some competition because she's really impressive when she's coming at you, square and opened up through her chest, stout in her forearm. I love how bold and maternal she is through that center rib design. Gets a little bit questionable on where she wants to plant those rear two from behind. Maybe a little bit pushing the limits on where she wants to plant and drive. The sand isn't helping her cause today, but still, front 2/3 of that one are a really, really nice type of Chester gilt.
Entering the ring now is our purebred breeding gilt Duroc class. Those exhibitors consist of Caden Holstein, Baylor Van Rigamorter, Logan Fetters, Cole Van Dong, Lydia Bleeker, and Cole Hoyer. At the conclusion of our purebred breeding gilts, which there's 4 more classes, they will pick the top overall purebred breeding gilt. Looks like they're keeping those back as the class winners are picked. Second call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Hampshire. Second call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Hampshire class. First call, Herefords. We have a few programs left over here. If you need a program, come on over. We've got a few left if you want to see the classes. This will be third call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Hampshire class. Third call in the barn, purebred breeding gilt Hampshire class. Second call, purebred breeding gilt Hereford class.
It'll be just like home. You know. He's the same way with my...
Baylor, stay on that half.
Oh, well, no, Lid's got that half covered. Baylor should cover this one. So help me, we don't want to lose it.
Let's just panel it off.
Yeah. I know that everybody's going to the kids are like,
Yeah,
they,
it is weird.
it feels
It's
like a
like
barrier even though it's not.
yeah.
And so, yeah. Seriously, Baylor and Lydia discussed before. You stay on this side, I'll stay on this side. Yeah. And I'm yelling at Lydia, use the whole ring because she's parked over there. That's a Vendong. So we shouldn't speak loudly,
Don't say swear words.
but not much. Okay. Got it.
No.
But you're, no, I have not seen them. That's awesome. Good.
89 years old.
She's shutting it down, or what is she doing? What is she doing?
Interesting class of Durocs, and I don't think there's one that jumps out and says that I need a win today, because I think they could all be altered in a place or two, and it just kind of comes down to where you want to lie your priorities and where you want to take your chances on. And I know we got a little bit of difference of age and size out here, but when it still comes down to it, I know she's not wanting to be the most cooperative one out here, but when you really start to get her and read her structure and read how she reads everything points north and south while still being very genuine in her overall makeup and having some youthfulness and having some just sheer open up. Really where she reads it for me is how her rear leg is put together. She's square coming out of her hock, really more comfortable out of that hip. And that's the young man's little gilt that's going to be your champion Duroc today. One that just reads fresher in her overall appearance. And again, when you read her actual structure, she's most genuine in her overall makeup. She's very correct in her hip and hind leg, which is what sorts her to the top compared to the one that's going to go ahead and go next. Front 2/3 of this one are really, really opened up and powerful. I love how much just sheer mass and dimension that she comes with, and she's coming right at you. Simply put, I got to rearrange her hock. She pushes in too much as she's going away from you, and consequently starting to swivel and plant out of that hip. Just need to fix her there to be able to justify moving her up any higher, but I can really appreciate how much power she offers to the next generation. Young man that comes out next, one that's really bold and maternal. I love that about this one. I love this one's look from the side. She looks like a sow. Coming and going is where I want to pick on her. She comes in at her knee when she's coming right at you. Want to square her up there and open her up there. And as she's going away, I don't think she reads as just genuine and cracked open in her lower skeleton compared to some of the others. But from the side, that one gives you a really bold maternal type of look to go ahead and go third. Really unique pieces on the young ladies that comes out next. I love just the sheer stoutness of feature that this one offers. I love how much just mass she has coming at you. For me, she gets a little bit shorter out of her hip, a little bit more upright on those rear two. Doesn't want to just plant and drive with as much authority. Just want to make her a little bit longer there, but in terms of just bone width, bone and power at the ground, that one's really good there. Young man that comes out next has another big, bold maternal one that I appreciate this one. For me, though, she's starting to show her age a little bit crustier about her head and neck. And today when she comes out here, I don't know if it's the sand or just how she's put together, but starts to throw her rear too, not wanting to just plant and drive and utilize it correctly. I don't know if she's fighting an injury or just not a fan of the sand, but again, one that I think better days might have been behind her. And the young man that rounds out our class, one that's tall at the point of her shoulder, appreciate how extended she is. Coming and going, simply put, she's flatter in her upper rib design. She's the driest through her center rib. Just gets a little bit more upright off both sides of her skeleton.
First place in that purebred breeding gilt Duroc class goes to Caden Holstein. Reserve goes to Lydia Bleeker. Entering the ring now. We have our purebred breeding gilt class Hampshire. Third call in the barn for purebred breeding gilt Herefords. Second call in the barn for purebred breeding gilt Spotted. Our exhibitors in the Hampshire class are Elijah Deckers, Cole Hoyer, and Tate Vendong.
Another interesting class to go ahead and put together. But the young man here with the kind of longer haired gilt is going to have your champion in this particular breed. One that just reads more correct when you get in right behind her. She's taller at the point of her shoulder, more extended in her overall maturity pattern. I still like to just lengthen her out in that Hamline junction, but today reads very correct coming and going. The young man that comes out next, one that's super opened up and super powerful, appreciate just how much dimension that this one packs. Unfortunately, today it's starting to work against her structure. She really wants to kind of plant and drive on the outside of her plane. And for me, I'd like to extend her up through her front 1/3 and make her a little bit more attractive, just to freshen her look up ever so slightly. And the young man that rounds out our class, one that is super fresh in her overall appearance, appreciate that about this one. For me, she just gets out horsed in terms of dimension up high. Just want to open her up there, make her a little bit more comfortable off of those rear two. Gets a little twisty when she's coming right at you as well. But congratulations to that young man, skin and hair on par.
First place goes to Tate Vendong for the Purebred Breeding Gilt Hampshire class. Entering the ring now, we have Olivia Fegley with her Hereford. Third call in the barn for the Spotted Breeding Gilt class. Make it second call in the barn for the Yorkshires. We got a couple small classes here. Second call in the barn, Purebred Breeding Gilt Yorkshire class.
Just a lone Hereford entry who doesn't just love being a single lady out here, but one that's definitely bold and maternal through her center rib, has some width and dimension coming and going. Doesn't wow you in terms of just sheer foot size or freshness, but still one that you have confidence of being able to lay down and have a litter and be able to raise them extremely well. Congratulations to this young lady.
She has to let me in.
In the ring now, we have our Purebred Breeding Gilt Spotted class. In the ring now, we got our exhibitors, our Annika Deckers and Olivia Fagley. This will be third call in the barn, Yorkshire Purebred Breeding Gilt class. Third call in the barn, Yorkshire Purebred Breeding Gilt class. At the conclusion of the Purebred or the Yorkshire class, we'll pick our top overall and reserve overall Purebred Breeding Gilt.
A little bit different of ages when we get out here for our spots, yet I still think when we really break them down and put them into perspective of who's more genuine, who's fresher and more correct in their overall appearance, and that's the young one today. That's going to be our champion spot gilt, one that just reads more fresher and more genuine as she's going away from you. She's not perfect in that rear too. I'd like to level her out through her hip just a tick, but still one that reads really fresh and really genuine compared to one that goes next, one that's super, super big-legged. I love this one's just sheer bone and foot size. For me, she gets more plainer in her overall makeup. Not really wants to get more concave when she's coming at you. Doesn't match her width up high a little. And for me, when you read her structure is where I want to fix her. She's more forward in that shoulder angle and shorter out of that hip to be able to move her up any higher.
Winning that class, a spot, Purebred Breeding Gilt, Annika Decker. Second place goes to Olivia Fagley. Entering the ring now, we have our purebred breeding gilt class Yorkshires. Those exhibitors are Cullen Weber, Cale Weber, Wyatt Smith, and Elijah Deckers. Once again, at the conclusion of this Yorkshire class, we'll pick the champion and reserve overall purebred breeding gilt. First call in the barn, crossbred breeding gilt class number 1.
Well, what about this? Jump somebody? No. No, those two are sitting in on the driveway in the short side. Those are the ones that I have. Yeah, no, just throw that one in my Can you send me a text on it? Okay. All right, thanks. All right, yeah.
Another interesting class of Yorkshires yet. When we really want to lay down our basic priorities of which one offers the least amount of issues to the next generation and reads the most correct and genuine in their makeup, that's the young man here in front of me that's going to have your champion Yorkshire gilt. One that reads the most correct in her top line. She's square coming and going, the most genuine in her width at the ground, and still offers some bone to the next generation. I won't say she wows you in terms of just sheer dimension, and that's where the one in second has that advantage. She is bolder through that center rib, wider when you get right on top of her. It's her structure that I want to pick on. Gets a little bit more twisty on those front feet, shorter out of that hip knee to level her out there, that hem-loin junction, and we're starting to fight just a little bit of a gland issue back there, but still one that in terms of dimension complements our class winner in that regard. Young man that comes out in third, Really fresh at the top side of her skeleton. I love how much shape that she has. For me, though, it's another one that I want to pick on her structure. You get on right behind her. She really wants to push it at her hock. Need to square her up there. Give her just a shot more skeletal width to match that width up high. And the young man that rounds out our class and went back to the barn, one that's really fresh, really attractive through her front 1/3, just gets too loose in her top line for me, gives up just some sheer muscle and dimension to move her up any higher.
Winning that final class of purebred breeding gilt Yorkshires, winner is Wyatt Smith. Second place goes to Elijah Deckers. Third place goes to Cale Weber. At this time, we'll be bringing back all of our purebred breeding gilt classes. From the first class, Berkshire class, we have Lydia Bleeker. Second class, Chester Whites, Cole Hoyer. Third class, Durox, Caden Holstein. First place from the Hampshire class, Cole Hoyer. The Hereford class, Olivia Fagley. Spot class, Annika Deckers. And this last class, Wyatt Smith. This will be second call in the barn for Crossbred breeding gilt class 1. Second call in the barn, Crossbred breeding gilt class 1. Third call in the barn, Crossbred breeding gilt class 1. Third call in the barn, Crossbred breeding gilt class 1. First call, class 2, Crossbred breeding gilts.
Keep her moving.
Well, let's give all our breed champions a big round of applause. I love purebred gilts, and I love that county fairs offer this option to the kids and keep these breeds alive. And these kids come out here and they all do an excellent job and represent a lot of good for their breeds. We kind of take that all into consideration. And I think when it comes down to breeding gilts, what I look for, especially in purebreds, is which one's going to make the next generation better. Which complements the breed as it stands right now, which one's going to lay down, have a litter, and which one would I want to take home and make. And then when we come down to it, there's a trio of them out here that represent a lot of good for their breed that kind of rise to the top, in my opinion, in terms of structure and having those extras. For me, though, the one that kind of puts it together and has a square coming and going, really opened up and powerful, and has width and dimension, comes out here and wants to be a show pig, and one that I've tried to make this breed as good as I can for a long, long time, and it's hard to do. But congratulations to the young lady with the Burke, who will have your champion breeding gilt today.
First place to the purebred breeding gilt goes to Lydia Bleeker. We're going to bring back the second place Berkshire in that class. Lydia Bleeker won with her Berkshire out of that purebred breeding gilt class.
We bring out that second place, and she definitely doesn't hurt the mix. I love the front 2/3 of this one as being tall at the point of her shoulder, really opened up and genuine. I'd still like to rearrange her in her hip and ham loin hookup to be able to really make her elite. I think it comes down to another pair of them, and that in no particular order is the Chester and the Duroc. The Chester is one that I love how much power this one packs while still being able to have a balanced look from the side. At times, though, I think that power wants to work against her structurally. She kind of wants to push and plant on the outside of her skeleton, and maybe when you read her actual ankle, doesn't match that just sheer power and dimension as her width up high. And the other one that comes into contention is the young man's Duroc. I haven't been able to get just a great read on this one, but when I do get her good read and she goes across the ring, this one reads super square, has that extra stoutness of feature to match her overall condition, attractive from the side and still really, really fresh. I just wish I could have gotten a better read for her throughout the day, but that one's my second favorite, and she'll be your reserve.
Second place with their Duroc goes to Caden Holstein. So reserve purebred breeding gilt. Caden Holstein, grand overall breeding gilt was Lydia Bleeker with her Berkshire. Second call in the barn, Class 2 Crossbred breeding gilt. Entering the ring now, we have our Crossbred breeding gilt Class 1. Those exhibitors are Blake Ostenink, Grayson Franken, Wyatt Smith, Blake Ostenink, Baylor Van Rigamorter, and Tanner Post. In our Crossbred breeding gilt show, we have 6 classes. At the conclusion of those 6 classes, we'll do the same thing we did with the purebreds. We'll pick our grand and reserve overall Crossbred breeding gilt class. This will be third call in the barn, Class 2 breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 2 breeding gilt. They rearranged those classes just a little bit. So Annika Deckers, you're in that second class versus the third class. Just a reminder on that. First call in the barn, Class 3, purebred or crossbred breeding gilt. First call in the barn, Class 3, crossbred breeding gilt. Third call, Class 2.
As we kick off into our crossbred division, we have two really high quality type of females to go ahead and get us started. One I think just comes with a few more bells and whistles in terms of overall width and dimension and stoutness of power, and that is the young man's belted gilt here in front of me to be your class winner. I love this one's extra feature. I love this one's extra width when you get right on top of her. I will say that when I'd like to just pick her apart in her rear ever so slightly, a little bit questionable on where she wants to plant those rear two, but in terms of how much just sheer extra she brings to the table, skull shape, stoutness, and dimension, she goes ahead and wins this particular class. I will say the young lady's gilt is the safer option of the pair in terms of structure. She reads more square as she's going away from you and square coming and going. For me, though, just simply gets outpowered in terms of sheer foot and bone size and dimension, but still a really nice type of gilt to go ahead and go second. Young lady's gilt that comes out next, one that's tall at the point of her shoulder. I appreciate this one does have a little bit of shot more power compared to the one that goes above her, but for me today, I'd like to rearrange her hip. She's a little bit shorter out of that hip, not as comfortable to just get up and go. I don't know if she's just feeling the greatest out here either. Just give her a little bit extra plant and drive with authority from behind to be able to move her up a little higher, but from the side, that one gives you a really nice silhouette type of look. Young man that comes out in 4 brings us one that's got that extra shot of dimension and power up high. Really a lot of shape when you read the top side of her skeleton. Her structure is where I want to pick her apart. She's more forward in that shoulder angle, a little bit shorter and rounder out of that hip and wants to swivel. Just need a square up there and give her a more balanced look to move her up any higher. Young lady that comes out next, another one that's tall at the point of her shoulder, dead level in her design. I need to fix this one in her knee when she's coming right at me and just pull her apart really flat when you get right on top of her. Not sure if she just feeling the greatest today, but one that from the side you appreciate the tallness at the point of her shoulder and youthfulness that she offers. And the young man that rounds out this class, one that's bold and maternal through her center rib, appreciate that about this one. Really concave in her lower skeleton compared to the ones that go above her. Still like to clean her up and make her more attractive through her front 1/3.
Looks like a winner to me.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 2 Crossbred Breeding Gilt, Class 2 Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Your exhibitors are Paisley Klein-Walterink, Blake Ostenink, Cale Weber, Jacqueline Bergstrom, and Cole Hoyer. This will be third call in the barn for Class 3 Breeding Gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 3 Breeding Gilt. First call in the barn, Class 4. Also in this Class 2, Annika Deckers is bumped into that second class. Annika Deckers got bumped up into the second class because of the weight spread.
Use the brush. Damon.
got one over here. No, we switched. They set them over the intercom. And there should be 7.
Bend down.
Third call in the barn, Class 4 Crossbred breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 4 Crossbred breeding gilt. First call, Class 5 Crossbred breeding gilt. In the ring now, we've got Class 3. Sorry, Class 2. I'm going to backtrack there. We're on Class 2, so third call in the barn, Class 3. Third call in the barn, Class 3. First call, Class 4. Disregard anything I just said there, Class 5.
When we're judging county fairs and we see some come in and we really, really like what you see, for a judge's mind, the first thing you think about is when I get behind this one, please let her be square. And this one is, because this one is a really, really unique creature. She's stout in her feature, love her head and skull shape, has that freshness, has great top shape. She's square coming and going, got a big rear leg, really, really, really nice, complete, attractive, elite type of gilt to win this particular class. Not to take away from anything that this young man brings us in second, because when this one came in, I had him sit for a bit too, because I had a lot of county fairs, that one wins pretty handedly, because she is really opened up and cracked open coming at you. I love her center rib. She's the boldest to her center rib. For me, though, when we're getting nitpicky compared to one that's just that much stouter as the one above you, and for me, when we get in behind her, she's really pushing the edges on where she wants to plant those rear two, but in terms of boldness and width and dimension, a really comfortable place to go ahead and go second. And that's where she has the advantage over the young lady that comes out in third. I love this one, how tall she is at the point of her shoulder. She's blends in her top line, coming and going compared to the pair that goes above her. She's not as just cracked open in her lower skeleton and opened up and impressive. But from the side, I really appreciate all the good that this one offers for a county fair hog to go in third. Young lady that brings us the blue hog. I like a lot of things about this pig. I love blue hogs in general. This one's really opened up through her lower skeleton. Unfortunately, it's her structure I want to kind of pick apart today. She's more forward in that shoulder angle, doesn't want to blend in her top line as well as some of the others. And when you get in right behind her, just questionable on how she wants to handle that hock and hind leg. Need to square her up there as she's going away from you. Young lady that comes out next, another one that's really smooth in her muscle pattern. Good enough as she's coming and going. For me, though, again, her structure is where I want to pick on her. She's shorter and rounder out of that hip. Wants to just not plant and drive with as much authority off of her rear two, but still one that's fresh in her overall appearance. Young lady that comes out next. One that's really fresh when you get right on top of this one. She wants to toe in and she's coming at you, a little more hesitant on her front feet. Still need to square her up from behind as well. And the young man that rounds out this particular class, one that's really bold and maternal through her center rib. Her maturity pattern worries me just a tick, a little bit shorter in that canyon. Not as just extended throughout, just want to lengthen her out everywhere just to make her a little bit more balanced and attractive from the side.
Winning that second class, a crossbred breeding gilt, is Blake Ostenink. Second place goes to Cole Hoyer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 3 crossbred breeding gilts. Your exhibitors in that class are Bodie Weber, Paisley Klein-Walterink, Blake Ostenink, Laney Franken, and Cale England. This will be second call in the barn, Class 4 crossbred breeding gilt. First call in the barn, Class 5 crossbred breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 4, Crossbred breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 4. Second call, Class 5.
Interesting class to put together, and I think they all could be altered in a place or two. But the one that I feel the most comfortable using is the young lady's kind of painted up gilt to go ahead and win this particular class. One that just reads with the most extension coming and going. She's square enough when you get in behind her. I'm not going to say she's perfect or just the most opened up in the top trio, but still one from the side reads the most correct and comfortable out here today. The young man that comes out next, one that is just a super cracked open, powerful type of gilt. I love this one's just sheer width and dimension she has. Really bold when you get right on top of her. For me, though, it's starting to work against her skeleton when you get in right behind her. Really wants to push those corners on that hawk placement. Need to square her up there to move her up any higher. Young man that comes out next, one that's just kind of ones that falls into 3 relatively comfortably. She gives up some of those bells and whistles as the one that goes above them. Not as just stout in her foot size at the ground. Want to just make her a little bit more powerful there. Maybe just blend her in at that top line at the top side of her shoulder. Give her more extension and a look to be able to move that one up higher. Young lady that comes out next is one that's plenty pliable and comfortable through that center rib design. Gets more rocked forward in that shoulder angle and twisty off of her front feet. Need a blender in that hamline junction a little bit better. And the young man's blue hog that rounds out the class. One that, again, plenty pliable through her center rib. Just too flat compared to the ones that go above her. I just want to open her up in her lower skeleton, give her a shot more bone to move her up any higher.
First place in Class 3 of the Crossbred breeding gilts goes to Laney Franken. Second place, Cale England. Third place, Blake Ostenank. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4 Crossbred breeding gilts. Your exhibitors are Cole Hoyer, Wyatt Smith, Judd Bergstrom, and Cullen Weber. Second call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred breeding gilt. Second call, Class 5. First call, Class 6 Crossbred breeding gilt. At the conclusion of Class 6 of the breeding gilts, we will pick our Grand and Reserve Crossbred breeding gilt, and then we'll pick our Grand and Reserve overall breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 5. Second call, Class 6.
This class falls together quite nicely, and the young man's calico gilt is one that just rises to the top in terms of being the most opened up, still balances extremely well from the side. She's more extended off of her front 1/3 than the one that's going to go ahead and go second. When you get in right behind her, I won't say she's perfect. I think she's definitely pushing the limits, but still good enough today for this particular class. The young man's blue belted gilt that comes out next is one that just kind of falls in next in terms of having some of those extras of foot size and dimension. I appreciate that about this one. I love her forearm. For me, though, I want to extend her off of her front 1/3, give her a more attractive look from the side, lengthen her hip out just a tick. Young man that comes out next with the Duroc, I'm guessing just didn't get the papers in time for fair. But for me, though, I love this one's boldness through her center rib. She gets a little bit more rock forward to that shoulder angle, a little bit more east and west when you get in right behind her of where she wants to plant her rear legs. Need to square her up there. And the young man's black gilt that's going to round out this class. One that's plenty extended from the side, can give you a tall look at the point of her shoulder. Simply put, she gives up the most in terms of just width and dimension and extras compared to her contemporaries. Need to clean her up in those rear joints just a tick as well. I'll give her a shot more bone, but a nice class to fall together.
First place in Class 4 Crossbred Breeding Gilt goes to Cole Hoyer. Second place, Wyatt Smith. Third place, Judd Bergstrom. Entering the ring now, we have Class 5 Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Class 6, second call in the barn. Class 6, second call in the barn. Your exhibitors in Class 5 are McKenna Claveringa, Carter Hoyer, Barrett Bleeker, Kale Weber, Berkeley Franken, and Grayson Franken. Class 5, McKenna Claveringa, Carter Hoyer, Barrett Bleeker, Kale Weber, Berkeley Franken, and Grayson Franken. Class 5 Crossbred Breeding Gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 6 Crossbred breeding gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 6 Crossbred breeding gilt.
Comfortable place to start with the young ladies. Painted up one to go ahead and win. One that just combines the best look from the side. She's the most balanced. She's square enough coming and going. I wouldn't say she's just perfect on her front feet. Gets a little soft on those front pasterns, but puts together the other totals of having a nice head, follows it back, stout enough in her feature, and bold through her center rib. Comfortable place for me to start. Young lady that comes out in second, one that's tall at the point of her shoulder. I love this one's sheer forearm that she has. Love the foot and bone size that she has. You get on top of one, and she's a little bit more flatter compared to our class winner. Gets a little bit more straighter off of those rear two as well. Just want to lengthen her out there. But in terms of freshness and stoutness, that one's really good there. Young man's kind of cheetah colored one that comes out next. One that gives you a really cool look from the side. She's square coming and going. I want to give this one just a shot more lower rib. She looks a little bit more emptier for my taste today. Tall at the point of her shoulder, extended and attractive. Just want to fill her in just a tick to move her up higher. Young man brings one that's plenty pliable. There's center rib and bold there. For me, though, it's her structure that I want to fix to keep her out of fourth. She gets a little bit twistier on those front feet, more forward in that shoulder angle, and shorter and rounder out of her hip. Young lady that comes out next, one that gives up some bone compared to the ones that are at the top end of this class. Really bold when you get right on top of her. I just don't think it's matched at the ground today. Need to ply her apart in her lower skeleton. Another one that we could handle, push back in her shoulder angle and give her a more extended look up front. And the young man that rounds out this class, one that's super, super bold and pliable through that center rib. For me, though, it doesn't match at the ground in terms of her stoutness of feature. A little bit overdone in terms of finish for me today to move her up any higher.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 6 Crossbred breeding gilt. Class 6 Crossbred breeding gilt. Your exhibitors are Quinn Klein-Waltrink, Grayson Franken, Blake Ostenink, Elijah Deckers, and Tate Vendong. At the conclusion of this class, we will choose our Grand and Reserve Overall Crossbred breeding gilt. And after the Grand and Reserve Overall Crossbred, we'll pick our Grand and Reserve Overall breeding gilt. First call in the barn for the champion and reserve purebred breeding gilt to come back. First call in the barn for the champion and reserve purebred breeding gilt to come back.
Not gonna lie, when this young man brought this one out in showmanship, I was kind of waiting for her to come back later on the day because this one puts a lot of good together and is a lot of my type and kind, not only in her color, but she's tall at the point of her shoulder. She's really, really stout in her feature, attractive through her front 1/3. I love how much freshness she has when you get right on top of her. She's not perfect from behind. I'll be the first to say that. She maybe wants to get just a little bit hesitant on where she wants to plant those rear two at times, but front 2/3 of this one is a really, really elite type of an animal to go ahead and win this type of class. Not to take away from the young lady that comes out in second, because I think this one definitely has more fill and pliability through that middle third, and you appreciate just how loose that one is in her structure. For me though, she gets a little too overdone. I want to clean her up through her head and neck and extend her there. Gets a little bit softer on those front feet, really wants to push the corners from behind, but in terms of maternal pliability and being opened up and wide, she's really good there. Young man that brings out the belted one in third. I love this one's just sheer bone and foot size she has in her rear too. Really, really big rear leg, and she's square. For me, it's her front 1/3 that I want to rearrange. She really wants to close in when she's coming at you, more rocked forward in that shoulder angle. We push her back there and open her up there. We can justify moving this one up a little higher. Got a little bit of a gland issue going as well. Young man's painted up one that comes out next, one that's really fresh in her overall appearance. I appreciate how tall she is at the point of her shoulder. For me though, I need to fix this one's structure. She wants to get in too much at her knee, and really when you get in behind her, she wants to plant and twist on those rear hocks. You need to square her up there and make her more correct on how she utilizes that rear foot. And the young man's blue gilt that rounds out the class, another one super pliable through her center rib. And I appreciate that about this one. Too loose in her top line for me, a little bit overdone. Really wants to plant on the outside of her skeleton from behind. Need to change her in that ham-loin junction. But congratulations to all of our breeding gilt exhibitors so far.
Winning Class 6. First place goes to Blake Ostenink, second Grayson Franken, third place goes to Tate Van Dong. Coming in the ring now, we'll have our champions. First place from each of the Crossbred breeding gilt classes. Out of Class 1, we have Blake Ostenink. Out of Class 2, we have Blake Ostenink. Out of Class 3, we have Laney Franken. Out of Class 4, we have Cole Hoyer. Out of Class 5, we have Grayson Franken. And out of Class 6, we have Blake Ostenink. We'll pick our Grand and Reserve overall, Grand and Reserve Crossbred breeding gilt, and following this, we'll pick our Grand and Reserve overall breeding gilt. Have those purebred breeding gilts, Grand and Reserve ready to roll. At the conclusion of our breeding gilt show, we'll start in on our purebred market hogs. First call in the barn, purebred market gilt Berkshire class. First call in the barn, purebred market gilt Berkshire class.
Well, let's give all our Crossbred Guild exhibitors a big round of applause. A really, really nice Crossbred Guild drive. Really excited to see what we have out here. And I'll go ahead and kind of talk them each as individuals in no particular order. I'll try to do it as we did in our how we came out in our class sizes. So Gilt out of Class 1 going across the ring, the young lady showing is one that's tall at the point of her shoulder. I appreciate just the stoutness of forearm that this one has. I want to fix her in her hip just a tick. Really wants to plant and drive outside just a little bit when you get in right behind her. And maybe in terms comparatively to some of these others, doesn't just wow you in terms of foot and bone size, starting to show just a little bit of chine. But again, one in terms for that dimension, really opened up and powerful, has some shape when you get right on top of her as well. The white-footed gilt that came out of Class 2, one that I just really keep getting drawn to in terms of her look. She's fresh from the side. She's skull shape is really, really impressive. She's stout and comparatively to her size today. Everything just kind of balances well from the side. If you want to get nitpicky, she doesn't blend just perfectly at the top side of her shoulder. Maybe doesn't wow you in terms of front foot and bone size, but I think it matches the rest of her extremely well. Let's see, the young lady here in front of me that's going across with this painted up gilt. One that, again, love the front 2/3 of this one. Really extended off of her front 1/3, tall at the point of her shoulder. Again, I think this one's hip structure could stand to be rearranged. Gets it in a little bit out of her knee. And another one that I'd like to just blend in that hamline junction and lengthen her up just a tick. But still, front 1/3 is really elite on that type of gilt. Young man's calico that came out of a Class 4, one that's really opened up and powerful. I love this one's just sheer dimension that she has. Forearm is really, really good. I don't think she wows you in terms of foot and bone size, and as the drive wears on, she's really questionable on those rear two. Gets a little bit more hesitant. Need to give her just a shot more authority to plant and go, but young man's brought a really nice set all day. And then the young lady's gilt out of Class 5, one that was really opened up and robust. I love how much just sheer width and genuine width and dimension that she has. For me, I really want to just kind of tweak that back, bring it in just a little bit. She wants to plant and drive east and west a little bit when you get in right behind her, a little softer on those front feet. And the young man's blue belted gilt that rounded out our last class, another one that front 2/3 are really, really attractive. I love this one, how stout she is in her form, how big she is in her rear leg, how fresh she is. And I'm going to get nitpicky. I want to rearrange her hip just a tick. She gets just a tick more upright, and the longer we're driving her, and he showed her in showmanship, so she's had a long day. She's not just wanting to get up and go from behind, but still one that falls into contention. So that's kind of how I read them. I'm going to go ahead and put the mic down, take one more look, and go ahead and find you a champion Crossbred gilt. Let's give these tall 6 a big round of applause on a really great class.
That was Class 2, right, Adam?
Grand champion Crossbred breeding gilt goes to Blake Ostenink, shown by Anna.
the second place one comes into contention, and that one doesn't hurt the mix at all because I think in terms of having the least amount of holes, she definitely fits the bill. She's square coming and going. She's opened up, has some dimension through her center rib design. Doesn't overwhelm you in terms of just foot and bone size, but still one that I think you could take to a lot of boars and be really, really breedable. It comes down to a pair of them, and she's definitely in the mix. The more that we're driving these, though, the ones that I want to make them comfortable. I need to make them built right. I need to make them so that I don't have to worry about protecting them in the next generation. The one that does that second best to me is the one that follows our champion. That one is your reserve.
Reserve Crossbred breeding gilt goes to Carter Hoyer out of that same class. At this time, we'll pick our overall breeding gilt. So we'll bring back Lydia Bleeker and Blake Ostenink. Correction on the reserve Crossbred breeding gilt. Reserve was Cole Hoyer, shown by Carter Hoyer.
Bring him in.
Well, let's give our gilt exhibitors a round of applause. I'm really, really excited with the representation that I have out here, and I know we've got barrows to go through and market hogs, and I just want to commend the breeders up here because I think there's a lot of good in these four, not just the crossbreds, the purebreds as well. We bring them back out here, and just to keep things short, I think there's one that's really going to represent your county extremely, extremely well at the showdown here in a couple weeks. I'm excited to see this one in Des Moines in about 3 weeks. That young man's crossbred's your champion today.
Champion overall breeding gilt goes to Blake Ostenink.
Really great representation to go ahead and win this particular class. Particular drive. The one that I think just matches our champion and really complements her a little bit more. I mean, a little bit more opened up coming at you, a little bit more opened up right on top of her. Where she kind of fell out compared to our champion is she's not just as extreme in her foot and bone size, a little bit heavier in her ear set, but still a really correct breedable type of gilt in her own right. That reserve crossbred's your reserve today.
Reserve overall breeding gilt goes to Cole Hoyer. Third call in the barn, purebred market gilt Berkshire class. Second call in the barn, purebred market gilt Duroc class. At this time, Ashley Englund is going to introduce herself.
Hello, everybody. Just wanted to take a second here to introduce myself to everyone in Sioux County. I am the new swine field specialist for Northwest Iowa. My office is located in Orange City. I'm from Lamar's originally, so very used to this area. Been to a lot of fairs here. Reach out if you have any questions or come say hi. Thanks.
Wait on Bert.
That concludes our breeding gilt show. We'll get started in the market show with our purebreds. The first class of Berkshires, we have one exhibitor, Kinley Franken. Should be coming in with her Berkshire anytime now. Second and third, we'll make it third call, purebred market gilt Duroc. Third call, purebred market gilt Duroc. Second call in the barn, purebred market barrow Berkshire.
Just a lone Berkshire Market Gilt entry, and yet I still think one that represents a lot of good for her breeding value as well. She's really pliable through her center rib, fresh in her overall appearance. I love how stout she is in her rear bone, maybe a tick forward in her shoulder angle, but still a really good representation of the Berkshire breed.
Winning that first class purebred market gilt Berkshire is Kinley Franken. Entering the ring now, we have our purebred market gilt Duroc class. We have two pigs, two exhibitors, Lydia Bleeker and Baylor Venerigamortar. Be second call in the barn, purebred market barrow Duroc class. Third call in the barn, purebred market barrow Berkshire class. Third call, purebred market barrow Berkshire class.
Another lone entry, and one that's just could stand to handle a few more competition, because this one's really stout and fresh in her appearance. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
These first couple of classes of purebred market hogs are pretty small, so make sure you got your pigs up and ready for these next couple classes, Berkshire, Duroc, and even Yorkshire.
A little bit of give and take on this pair, and it depends on where you want to lie your priorities. For me, though, it comes down to structural differences. The young lady with the kind of mousier colored Duroc is going to win this particular class. One that I think just puts the pieces together more comfortably. She's more correct in her overall build. She's more genuine at the ground, and still comes with a little shot of extra foot and bone size as well. Not to take away from the young lady that comes out next, because I think this one is ultra expressive and fresh in her muscle pattern today. I love how she opens up at the top side of her blade shape with a really fresh look. For me, though, it's her structure that I want to pick on. Gets a little bit more upright and in at her hock when you get in right behind her. Not able to just function and go with as much correctness compared to our class winner. But congratulations on a really high quality pair.
So we picking up.
Winning that second class purebred market gilt, Baylor Van Regemorter first place, Lydia Bleeker second place. Entering the ring now, we're going to crown our purebred market gilt overall. So Baylor Van Regemorter with her Duroc and Kinley Franken with her Berkshire. Third call in the barn, purebred market barrow Berkshire. Second call, purebred market barrow Duroc.
There he is. We need her Duroc back. Lydia's Duroc back.
Let that one out. Let it burn. Yeah. That's why it's like when the trophies are right here, I can see what we got.
Your exhibitors for the purebred market gilt champion and reserve are Kinley Franken with her Berkshire and Baylor Van Regemorter with her Duroc.
We bring these two out for our purebred market gilt drive, and both offer a lot of quality. I got look at extension. I think one just comes with a little bit more stouter package, a little bit square coming and going, and still balances well from the side. That young lady's Duroc is your champion purebred market gilt today.
Coming back to the ring with her purebred market gilt is Lydia Bleeker.
We bring in our reserve Duroc, and I think she definitely brings a little bit of extra just sheer muscle expression and freshness to the group. I think she complemented our champion extremely well. She's my next favorite. She'll be a reserve purebred market gilt today.
And your reserve purebred market gilt goes to Lydia Bleeker. We'll have three classes of purebred market barrows, Berkshire, Duroc, and Yorkshire. At this time, we have our purebred market barrow Berkshire class. Your exhibitors are Barrett Bleeker, Josie Bumgars, and Caden Holstein. Third call in the barn, purebred market barrow Duroc class. Second call in the barn, purebred market barrow class. At the conclusion of the purebred market barrows, we will choose our grand and reserve overall. Third call in the barn, Purebred Market Barrow Duroc class. Third call in the barn, Purebred Market Barrow Duroc class.
Young lady's going to have our champion Berkshire Market Barrow today. One that just reads very balanced from the side, really opened up in his lower skeleton, matches it with his width up high. It has that extra shot of bone compared to the young man here's kind of cheetah colored one that's going to go ahead and go second. One that just runs out in terms of bone, really gets a little bit more concave in his lower skeleton, not as just opened up and genuine there. And the young man's kind of lighter colored one that's going to round out our class, one that just gives up the most in terms of muscle expression and shape up high compared to the two above him to move him up any higher.
Winning that Purebred Market Barrow Berkshire class, Josie Bumgars. Entering the ring now, we have our Purebred Market Barrow Duroc class. Your exhibitors are Tyson Holstein, Baylor Van Rigamorter, Lydia Bleeker, and Lucas Hilbrand. Third call in the barn, Purebred Market Barrow Yorkshire class. Third call in the barn, Purebred Market Barrow Yorkshire class.
Young ladies, kind of darker colored one is going to go ahead and win this particular class. One that just simply overwhelms the rest of the class in terms of just sheer muscle and width and dimension. He's the most genuine, opened up when you get underneath him. Still maintains relatively square. Not the most attractive and extended off of his front 1/3 compared to our one that's going to go ahead in second. But in terms of just sheer dimension and sheer power, that one's really good there. Young lady that comes out next is one that really like this one's look from the side. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. He's extended, has a big rear leg and front leg to match. Coming and going, you get on top of him, he just runs out of just sheer width and dimension up high compared to our class winner. But in terms of stoutness and look and design, that one's a really nice place to go ahead and go second.
Is it bothering you?
Young man that comes out next in third, one that's another really robust through that center rib design, really pliable there. For me, his structure is where I want to pick on him. Wants to get a little bit more concave when you get in underneath him, a little bit more rocked forward in that shoulder angle to move him up any higher. And the young man that rounds out this class is one, kind of with the Roman-nosed one, is tall at the point of his shoulder. Simply put, just gives up the most in terms of sheer muscle shape and expression, especially as he's going away from you to move him up higher.
Your winner of that Purebred Market Duroc class goes to Lydia Blinker. Second place goes to Baylor Van Rigemorter. Entering the ring now, we have our Purebred Market Barrow Yorkshire class. Your exhibitors are Georgia Vandenberg, Kinley Franken, Bowden Franken, Margot Scheidemann, Grayson Franken, Lucas Hilbrands, Mallory Scheidemann, Tyson Holstein, and Cole Hoyer. At the conclusion of this class, we'll pick our champion and reserve overall market barrow, and then we'll pick our champion and reserve overall market hog.
You want to hang out? Well, the Yorks are going to be coming back. I was wrong.
Correction, after this class, we will choose our overall purebred market barrow. We will not choose our overall purebred market hog. That'll happen in the final drive when we run out all four of our purebred and crossbred markets. We'll do that at the conclusion of the show after the market barrow show. So those of you that have purebred market gilts, sit tight till the end of the show. First call in the barn, Crossbred Market Gilt Class 1. First call in the barn, Crossbred Market Gilt Class 1.
These will keep 1 and 2. Yeah.
Kind of an interesting class to go ahead and soar. The one that I land on is the one that I think offers the least amount of holes to pick on, and that is the young lady's barrow here in front of me to go ahead and win this particular drive. One that balances extremely well from the side. Compositionally, he's correct. Open. He's not perfect from behind. I think I'd like to square him up on his back right hock ever so slightly. Really wants to be questionable on when he wants to plant those rear two, but compositionally and from the side, that one is really good there. Young lady that comes out in second, the barrow is kind of fighting her today, and one that I think is fresher and is the squarest when you get in right behind him. For me, though, it's his look from the side that I want to rearrange. I need to give him a shot more center rib and fill, help him balance that look from the side, but overall extremely fresh and sound and functional. The one that comes out in third is one that I guess kind of gave me a hard time because I think he reads the most correct in his structure. It's from a composition standpoint that is a questionable for me. I think he peaked about 15 pounds ago, which don't feel bad. I peaked about 15 pounds ago as well. We just need to clean him up and freshen him up to move him up any higher. Young man that comes out next is another one that is tall at the point of his shoulder. I love his look from the side, how extended he is. Gets a little bit shorter off of his head, his neck, not as extended, a little bit plainer in his shape when you get in right behind him. Young man that comes out in fifth is another one that from the side can give you a really cool look. Gets too upright off both sides of their skeleton for me. Not as expressive in his muscle pattern compared to the ones that go above him. And as we kind of work our way down this class, we run into a couple. Young man that comes out next, another one that's extremely fresh. Needs to be squared up when you get in right behind him and picked up on his pasterns off both sides. And the ones that are going to round out our class are ones that just simply run out a sheer dimension and power and muscle expression to move them up any higher. Functional in their feet and legs, pliable through their center rib. Just in terms of muscle quality, just need to give them a shot more.
Whatever.
Winning that Purebred Market Barrel Yorkshire class, first place goes to Grayson Franken, second to Kinley Franken, and third place goes to Cole Hoyer. At this time, we will choose our overall Purebred Market Barrel. So we have Grayson Franken from that last class, Lydia Bleeker from the Duroc class, and Josie Bumgars from the Berkshire class. After the conclusion of the Purebred Market Show, we will start in on our Crossbred Market Gilt Class 1. Second call in the barn, Crossbred Market Gilt Class 1. First call in the barn, Crossbred Market Gilt Class 2.
And let's give our purebred exhibitors another round of applause on this barrow side. A lot of good, again, ones that put together a lot of just sheer width and dimension and power. I mean, genuine in their overall makeup. And that being said, we bring them out here. I think one is just more compositionally correct. One is just stouter in their feature. One is square when you get in right behind them. Gives you a good look from the side. And that's the Duroc, and she'll be your champion today.
Entering the ring now with their second place Duroc out of that purebred market barrow Duroc class is Baylor Van Rigamorter.
We bring out that second place one, and one that from a design standpoint really intrigues you because he's stout in his feature, tall at the point of his shoulder, and level back through his hip. As you read him coming and going, I don't think compared to our champion he was as opened up. And when we compare him back to our Yorkshire, who's a little bit more frailer in their overall feature, needs to be squared up when you're going behind him, really fresh in their overall appearance. In our Berkshire, just a little bit more compact everywhere, really bold when you get right on top of them, a little bit wastier through that center rib. So a little bit of different types and kinds, but that being said, the one that I think closely complements our champion and does it in a really unique type of way is that reserve Duroc, and she'll be reserved today.
Your reserve overall, our reserve purebred market barrow goes to Baylor Van Rigamorter. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 1 of our Crossbred Market Gilts. Class 1 Crossbred Market Gilts. Our exhibitors in this class will be Will Vandenberg, Lainey Franken, Mallory Scheidemann, Anna Ostenink, Bodie Weber, Caden Holstein, and Jessica Moorman. Second call in the barn, Class 2 Crossbred Market Gilts. Second call in the barn, Class 2 Crossbred Market Gilts.
Class 2. Yeah. Yep.
Third call in the barn, Class 2 market gilts. Third call in the barn, Class 2 market gilts. First call, Class 3 crossbred market gilt. First call, Class 3 crossbred market gilt.
Nice pair to start off our market gilts. And the young lady going across the ring here is going to have our class winner, one that just reads a little bit more fresher and more extended off of her front 1/3. Really like just the amount of muscle expression she has when you get right on top of her. I don't think she's perfect from behind, and I'm guessing that's why they ran her by a market gilt. Want to just lengthen her out in her hip ever so slightly, but in terms of muscle quality and muscle shape and expression and freshness, that one's really good there. I will say when you get right on top of them, the one in second has that advantage in terms of just sheer width and opens up bolder at the top side of her blade and holds that all the way back. For me, though, it's her just composition that I want to fix. Gets a little bit plainer off of that head and neck, a little bit plainer in her overall muscle, just how descriptive she is in her muscle expression. Really starting to throw that rear leg when you get in right behind her, but from the side and on top of her, a really nice place to go ahead and go second. Young man that comes out next is one that I like. This one's extra look. I like this one's extra freshness. When you get right on top of her, she's not as just opened up and wide and on top side of her rib design. Just want to crack her open up high, make her match that extra time that she has below. A little bit of a quicker maturing one that comes out here in 4. Really robust through and pliable through that center rib and opened up. Just a little bit shorter and quicker in their overall makeup. Want to extend them everywhere, clean them up in their lower third just a tick, but still comfortable in their range of motion. Young lady's blue hog that comes out next is another one that really fresh in their overall appearance, gets a little bit more tick forward in that shoulder angle, not as just cracked open in that lower skeleton as the ones that go above her. Just want to open her up there and give her a shot more muscle. Young man's off-belted one that comes out next is one that runs out of just sheer groceries today, not as just opened up and powerful when you get right on top of her. Definitely quick in her step and functional in her skeleton, just need more of her to move her on up. And the young lady's kind of blue hip hog that rounds out the class could handle a few more days on feed, gets out horsed and out powered compared to the ones that go above her, but still functional and pliable through that center rib.
Winning that first class crossbred market gilts is Lainey Franken. Second place goes to Anna Ostenink. Entering the ring now, we have crossbred market gilt class 2. This will be second call in the barn, class 3 market gilt. Second call in the barn, class 3 market gilt. There are 4 exhibitors in class 2. Tyson Holstein, Josie Bumgars, Baylor Van Rigamorter, and Cole Hoyer. Third call, Class 3, Crossbred Market Gilt. Third call, Class 3, Crossbred Market Gilt.
Young lady that starts off this class brings us one that's just kind of a problem-free, fault-free type of gilt to go ahead and win. Still comes with those extras of bells and whistles in terms of just sheer stoutness of power. Has nice shape when you get right on top of her, and balanced look from the side and functional in her skeleton. Really logical place to start, in my opinion. Young man that comes out in second is one that just gets a little bit piecier in her type and kind for me. Gets a little bit more forward in her shoulder angle, and whoever clipped her head didn't help the cause there either. Gets a little bit out there when you get in right behind her, but in terms of just sheer muscle expression, really good there, really opened up as she's going away from you. Young lady's one that comes out in third. One that's a little bit quicker in her maturity pattern, just gets a little bit more compact for my liking. I just want to extend her off both ends of her skeleton, freshen her up in her lower third as well, square up as she's going away from you. And the young man that rounds out the class is one that just gave up the most in terms of sheer muscle expression and muscle definition. Flattest when you get right on top of them as well.
Your winner of Class 2 Crossbred Market Gilts was Baylor Van Rigamorter. Second place goes to Cole Hoyer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 3 Crossbred Market Gilts. Your exhibitors are Cale England, Mason Rosenbaum, Anna Ostenink, Sawyer Bleeker, and Braylee Clavering. Second call in the barn, Class 4 Market Gilt. Second call in the barn, Class 4 Market Gilt. Third call, Class 4, Crossbred breeding gilt. Third call, Class 4, Crossbred breeding gilt.
Nice pair on our top end, and definitely some give and take, but I think the one that just reads the most correct in her skeleton, yet still comes plenty opened up and plenty expressive in her muscle pattern, comes with enough in terms of foot and bone size. I'd like to just make her just a little shot stouter in her mug, but that's getting awfully picky. Young man here in front of me is going to have your class winner. Nice way to go ahead and start this particular class. The one that goes in second, I do like this one's mug a lot better, a lot stouter right through her eyes. You appreciate that about this one. Really opened up when you get on top of her. Her rear too is where I want to pick on her. Gets a little bit more shorter out of that hip, starting to wrinkle in that ham loin junction and throw that rear leg, not wanting to just function and go. Young lady that comes out next is one that, again, when she came in, really appreciated how fresh and opened up this one is. Simply put, gets a little bit piecier when you put the pieces together. Not as just stout in her overall feature, a little bit shorter and rounder out of her hip and wrinkle in there. We like to clean her up through her head just a touch, but still one that is plenty opened up and genuine in their middle skeleton. Young lady that comes out here in fourth, one that is super pliable and bold through that center rib design. Appreciate that about this one. Love this one skull shape. For me, just gets the plainest and least descript in their muscle pattern today. Just want to give her a shot more expression to move her on up any higher. And the young man that rounds out this class gives up the most in terms of overall width and dimension and just sheer stoutness of power, but still one that's tall at the point of their shoulder. Kind of fighting a little bit of an injury when you get in right behind her. Just want to make her more comfortable when set into motion.
First place in Class 3 Crossbred Market Gilt goes to Cale England. Second place goes to Mason Rosenbaum. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4 Crossbred Market Gilts. Your exhibitors are Cullen Weber, Carter Hoyer, Lucas Hilbrands, and Lydia Bleeker. Second call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred Market Gilt. Second call in the barn, Class 5 Market Gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred Market Gilt. Third call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred Market Gilt.
You know you're having a good day when you go to a county fair and you're sorting through market gilts, and the only thing you can think about critiquing this one is how her color is uglier than sin, because otherwise that one is a really, really unique creature. Super opened up and square coming and going, has that extra stoutness of feature, really opened up when you get on top of her, balance as well from the side. Really, really nice type of hog to be able to win this particular class at this county fair. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man's belted, all black hog that comes out next. Don't take anything away, young man, because this one is really, really fresh in her appearance. I love that about her. I love how opened up she is on her blade shape. You get right on top of her. She gets a little bit wrinkly in that ham-loin junction. Need to blend her out there, make her more square and comfortable as she's going away from you, but a nice place to go second, and compositionally has the advantage over the young man that comes out here in third. One that I think just gets a little bit quicker in their overall makeup, a little bit twistier on their front feet. Just want to lengthen this one out, make it a shot fresher and more expressive in their muscle pattern, but still a really big-legged one to go ahead and go in third. And the young man that rounds out the class, one that's got a little bit more frame size than the one above her, just gets a little bit more plainer about her head and neck, a little bit more upright off both sides of her skeleton and more concave as she's coming and going. Need to open that one up in her lower skeleton, make her match her mass up high.
Yes. Barrel?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna push out.
Get in the other corner and sit, KK.
comfortable place to start with the all black gilt, one that just puts the pieces together a little bit more correct in her composition, a little bit just balances extremely well from the side, square enough coming and going, not the most extended thing off of her front 1/3, and I'd still like to extend her there, but still a comfortable place for me to start. The young lady's belted gilt that comes out next is one that's ultra opened up, ultra robust, gets a little bit more waist steer through that lower 1/3, and when the young lady gets her going, she kind of wants to throw those rear two a little too much, so what I consider ideal, still in terms of just sheer width and dimension, that one's good there. Young lady's blue hog that comes out next, one that just kind of falls off in terms of freshness, gets a little bit more upright and concave, coming and going. Just want to square that one up as he's going away from you. Give him just a shot more muscle expression to move him up any higher. And the young lady that round out in our class with the black-headed gilt is one that just read the least descript in their overall muscle pattern, gave up the most dimension and sheer foot and bone size to move her up any higher. Really nice class to end our as we go into our market gilt drive.
Winning that last class, Crossbred Market Gilts Class 5, was Josie Bumgars. At this time, we will crown our champion reserve overall Crossbred Market Gilts. Out of Class 1, we have Lainey Franken. Out of Class 2, Baylor Van Rigemorter. Out of Class 3, Kale England. Out of Class 4, Lydia Bleeker. And out of Class 5, Josie Bumgars. Once again, we're going to crown our Grand and Reserve Crossbred Gilts. At the conclusion of the Cross Market Gilt Show, we will market barrows. So Crossbred Market Barrow Class 1, first call.
Well, let's give all 5 of our Market Gilt exhibitor class winners a big round of applause. A really nice representation of what we had out here. And just to kind of talk them again as they came out, the young lady out of Class 1 is one that for that particular class had the most in terms of just extra extension. I love this one from the front 2/3. She's tall at the point of her shoulder, really fresh in her overall makeup. Where I want to pick on this one is her rear structure. Gets a little bit rounder out of that hip and plants and drives out of their skeleton. Want to square her up there as she's going away from you. The young lady that came out with the white-tailed gilt in Class 2, one that I think just is a really fault-free type of gilt. Has some stoutness of feature, opened up and square coming and going. Maybe doesn't wow you in terms of just sheer muscle expression today. Gets a little bit plainer and just a skin and hair type of thing, but you read this one as she's coming and going. She's square. She's got a big rear leg, and maybe not as just ultra full compared to some of these others, but still from the side, I think that one balances extremely well and puts a lot of good together. The young man out of Class 3 with this traditionally belted gilt, one that, again, front 2/3 are really intriguing. Young man does a great job getting this one broke. Opens up at the top side of her blade with a lot of shape and follows that back, a big ditch down her back. Again, her hip is where I want to fix her. Gets a little bit shorter out of that hip. Doesn't just plant and drive with as much authority and go. But, again, one that front 2/3 are really intriguing. The red-headed gilt that came out of that 5th class one that just puts a lot of good together. I love how opened up she is. She's the most genuine in her skeleton. If we're going to get ultra critical, starting to fight, just a little bit of a lymph node problem when you get in right behind her, but one that just so fresh and opened up and square. Big back when you get on top of her, and the square is coming and going. A nice one for that particular class. And the all black gilt that rounded out our final class, one that again really pliable and bolstered that center rib for that particular class, offered the least amount of issues of her structure, but I'd still like to lengthen her out in her hip and level her out there, give her just a touch more freshness in her lower 1/3. So that's kind of how I read them all. They're all extremely well. I'll go ahead and put down the mic and go shake their hand for the one that I think represents a lot of good for this market gilt division.
Grand champion Crossbred Market Gilt goes to Lydia Bleeker out of class 4. Colin Weber, come back into that out of that 4th class for reserve. Second call, actually let's make that 3rd call in the barn, class 1, Crossbred Market Barrels, 3rd call in the barn, Crossbred Market Barrel, class 1.
We bring out our 2nd place, and definitely another one that's plenty pliable through that center rib. Can give you a cool look from the side and how fresh she is. I'd still like to rearrange them when you get in right behind her. I'd like to square her up, clean her up in her lymph node. It kind of comes down to a pair of them, in my opinion. When you get on top of them, though, there's one that just reads more fresher and more expressive in their overall muscle pattern. If she was just a tick more comfortable out here to go, I probably would have ran with this one, but the young man will be your reserve today.
Reserve Crossbred Market Gilt goes to Cale England out of class 3. Lydia Bleeker was your grand champion. Cale England, your reserve grand champion, Market Gilt. Exhibitors in Class 1 Crossbred Market Barrel are Laney Franken, Wyatt Smith, Blake Ostenink, Laney Franken, MacArthur Scheidemann, and Berkeley Franken. First call in the barn, Class 2 Crossbred Market Barrels. First call in the barn, Class 2 Crossbred Market Barrel.
Good way to kick off our barrow division with the off-belted one that the young man's driving. One that reads the most opened up in this particular class and genuine in his width at the ground. Really fresh in his overall appearance. The width at the ground matches the width up high. Good balanced look from the side. It gets a little bit closer, in my opinion, for second and third. The young lady here going around the pole will be your second place one. One that I think from a structural standpoint looks the most extended off of its front end, the most correct coming and going. Simply put, this one just runs out in terms of just sheer foot and bone size compared to the one that goes above him. I just want to crack him apart as he's coming at you, not as impressive there. The young lady that comes out here in third, another one that's ultra fresh in her appearance. I love the muscle expression. It's at the ground and behind that I need to fix that one. Need to square him up as he's going away, get on top of him, not as just as impressive as the ones above him. Young ladies, black-headed, black-hipped one that comes out next. Another one tall at the point of his shoulder and extended. You appreciate how comfortable this one is in his structure. But for me, he reads at the top for the plainness in his muscle pattern, not as just opened up and expansive at the top side of his rib. Need to ply him apart there to move him up any higher. One that's packed full of dimension and power. Sorry, honey. The one that comes out here next, the all black hog. Really opened up at the top side of his blade. Carries that back all the way through his pin set. It's a structure that puts him in fifth today. Too forward in that shoulder angle, and you get behind him, really wants to push and drive out of that hawk. Need to square him up there as he's going away. And the young man that rounds out our class, one that's tall and framey, simply put, gives up the most in terms of width and dimension and muscle to move him up any higher.
Third call, Class 2, Crossbred Market Barrow. Third call, Class 2, Crossbred Market Barrow. Winning Class 1, Crossbred Market Barrow was Blake Osnink. Second place, Laney Franken. Second call in the barn, Class 3 Crossbred Market Barrow. Second call in the barn. In the ring now, we have Class 2. Our exhibitors are Blake Ostenink, Mason Rosenbaum, Josie Bumgars, Anna Ostenink, Tanner Post, Margot Scheidemann, and Cole Van Dong. Third call in the barn, Class 3 Crossbred Market Barrows. Third call in the barn, Class 3 Crossbred Market Barrows.
Arguably the deepest class we've had all day, and I think the top 5 offer a lot of good, but the one that just really overpowers them and is my type and kind in terms of being balanced from the side, stout in their feature, opened up and genuine in how they read at the ground. He's not perfect at the top side of his chine. I'd like to clean him up there, but that Blue Hog does a really great job to start off this particular class. Young man that comes out next is the one that's fresher and more extended off of his front 1/3. I love how tall this one is at the point of his shoulder. Not wanting to just be the most cooperative out here, but we're still one that front 2/3 I really like. I'd like to pull him apart in his chest when he's coming right at me. Not as just opened up there, and as his drives wear down and he's fighting the young man wanting to just break down in his hip, but still tall, fresh, and expressive type of way to go ahead and go second. Young lady's one that comes out in third is another one that I love, just the sheer forearm. I love the sheer stoutness of feature that this one has. To me, he didn't just blend in as well and bounce from the side. I need to blend him in that ham-loin junction, give him just a shot more center rib to make it match. And again, another one that gets a little bit more uncoordinated as the drive is wearing on. the all black hog that comes out next. One that's got a giant rear leg. I love how just cracked open this guy's skeleton is. For me, it's his structure I want to pick on. I need to square him up as he's going away from me. I need to just make him a tick more squarer right there. But still, in terms of just being opened up and powerful and stout, that one's really good there. Young lady's belted hog that comes out next. One that's really comfortable in his structure. I appreciate how square this one is coming and going. To me, as compared to the 4 that go above him, he didn't read as extreme in his pieces in terms of stoutness of his front foot size and expressive in his muscle pattern, but still in terms of just a comfortable, pliable, balanced type of barrow, a nice way to go 5th. Young lady's blue hog that comes out next. Another one that's tall at the point of his shoulder. Coming and going, we need to open this one up. I love how fresh he is through his head and neck. I love that extension. Just need to open up and make that width at the ground match his width up high. And the young man's barrow that's going to round out this class. One that, again, plenty pliable and bold through that center rib. Gets a tick more forward in that shoulder angle than what I consider ideal. A little bit rounder out of that hip. Need to clean him up through his jowl and lower 1/3 to move him up any higher. But a really, really, really nice class. Deepest class I think we've seen all day. So congratulations to those kids.
Entering the ring now, we have our Class 3 of the Crossbred Market Barrows. Your exhibitors are Anna Ostenink, Cale England, MacArthur Scheidemann, Blake Ostenink, Cole Hoyer, and Cullen Weber. Second call in the barn for Class 4 Crossbred Market Barrows. Second call in the barn, Class 4 Crossbred Market Barrows. Third call in the barn, Class 4 Crossbred Market Barrows. Third call in the barn, Class 4 Crossbred Market Barrows.
Kind of an interesting class to put together, and it really comes down to where you want to lie your priorities and what you consider good enough, because I think they all could be tweaked in an area. But we're going to go ahead and start with the young man's belted barrel here in front of me, just in terms of the front 2/3 of that one being so unique. Really attractive through his front 1/3. I love his head and neck. I love the extra stoutness, a feature that he has. Really bold when you get right on top of him. He's not perfect. When you get in right behind him, he kind of wants to plant a little east and west. Need to square him up just a tick and bring him back into that plane, but I still think he brings together the totals the most good in this particular class. I really wanted to latch onto this barrel right here, the black-hipped barrel, black-headed barrel, because I love this one's kind. He really balances well from the side, really opened up. For me, though, as the drive is wearing on, he's not wanting to just plant and drive with as much authority from behind. Gets a little bit plainer in that lower 1/3 as well. Young man's done an excellent job driving this set all day, and I appreciate how he's gotten this one to third, because I think this one has some good pieces. He's stout in his forearm, stout in his rear bone. It's his just pieces just need to all fit together. Getting a little bit thicker about his head and right top of his chine. Gets a little bit wrinkled in that hamloin junction and starting to get just a little bit of a lymph node right behind that sheath. It's worse on the other side than it is on the side to me right now. But again, little itty bitty picky things to pick apart on that one, but young man does a great job. Young lady comes out next with another one that's tall and extended. I love this one's look from the side. For me, though, it's one that just gets a little bit uncoordinated from behind. Doesn't just plant and drive with as much authority. And when you get right on top of this one, he's not as just opened up and cracked open compared to the ones that go above him. Want to clean him up at the top of that chine as well. Young man's all black barrow is one that, again, really opened up through that center rib. Appreciate that about this one. Gives up just muscle shape and expression to be able to move him up any higher. And the young man that rounds out the class is the one that, another tall frame type of hog, pliable through his center rib, just gives up the most in terms of width and dimension compared to the ones that go above him.
Winning that Class 3 Crossbred Market Barrel class was Cale England. Second goes to Cole Hoyer. Third place goes to Blake Ostenink. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4 Crossbred Market Barrels. Exhibitors are Addison Denowden, Grayson Franken, Cale Weber, Carter Hoyer, and Lydia Bleeker. This will be second call in the barn, Class 5, our final class of Crossbred Market Barrows. Second call, Class 5, which is our final class of Market Barrows. At the conclusion of our Crossbred Market Barrel Class 5, we will pick our champion and reserve Market Barrel, and then we will pick our champion overall Market Hog, which will include the Purebred Market Gilt, Purebred Market Barrel, Crossbred Market Gilt, and then the Crossbred Market Barrel.
Really solid barrow to start this particular class. One that just balances extremely well from the side. Tall at the point of his shoulder, stout in his forearm, stout in his rear leg. Maybe not perfect, right at that jump muscle. I'd like to pick him down just a little bit. But that's getting awfully critical on one that puts a lot of good together in this particular class. Young lady kind of fighting out here with one arm. Kudos to you for coming back out here and bringing in your pigs to fair even after an injury. One that I think reads ultra fresh when you get right on top of him. I love how fresh this one is. It's his foot and bone size that I just want to stouten a little bit. Just give him a shot more there. Open him up as to tick as he's going away from you, but a nice type of pig to go ahead and go second. Young man's red belted hog that comes out next. Really stout. Really love this one's just sheer foot and bone size. Love this one's skull shape. Forearm. For me, though, it's his rear two that I want to fix. Gets a little bit more upright off of those rear pasterns. Doesn't bounce just as softly through that center rib as come with the others. But if you like one that's just stout, that one's good there. Young lady does an excellent job driving all day and appreciate how she's gotten this one to fourth. I like this one's look from the side. I like his design standpoint. It's his muscle pattern that I just need to pick on. He's not as expressive as those that go above him, not as just sheer wide in his pin set as he's going away. Give him a shot more expression to move him up any higher. Young lady's got one that's ultra opened up and ultra powerful. Appreciate that about this one. Just a little bit overdone in my opinion. Need to rearrange him in those rear two. Really wants to get short and round out of that hip and plant and drive outside of his skeleton. Need to square him up there to move him up any higher. And the young man that rounds out the class is one that just gives up the most in terms of sheer genuine width at the ground. Want to crack him open in his lower skeleton. Has that width up high. Need to make it match at the ground. Make him more comfortable off of his rear two as well.
Third call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred Market Gilt, our barrel. Third call in the barn, Class 5 Crossbred Market Barrel. Class 4 winner was Addison Denowden. Reserve, or second place, was Hadley Rosebohm. Once again, at the conclusion of the Crossbred Market Barrel Class 5, we will bring back all of our Crossbred Market Barrels and pick our champion and reserve overall Market Barrel. Exhibitors coming into the class for this Class 5 are Cale England, Bowden Franken, Lucas Hillbrands, Logan Fetters, Isabel Lammers, and Lydia Bleeker.
Yeah, did you get see that place you guys know.
Another interesting class to go ahead and sort in these heavies. And the young man, although this barrow doesn't just want to cooperate today, you read him when he does get him going, and he is the most genuine and opened up at the ground. Still remains comfortable when set into motion. He's square coming and going, has some stoutness of feature, not perfect back behind his sheath, and obviously has an attitude problem. But if you're just going to judge them as what they are and not necessarily take that showmanship into account, that barrow is really good there. Young lady does an excellent job getting this one shown. This one is really comfortable and set into motion from the side. I like now the extra length and look that he has up front. I love his sheer foot and bone size. It's from behind that I want to pick on him. Goes a little bit more east and west than what I consider ideal. I want to bring him back into that plane, level him out through his hip just a tick, but still a nice place to go ahead and go second. Young man brings one that's super robust and opened up and fresh. That comes out here in third. I love this one, center rib design. Gets too twisty on his front feet for me, a little more forward in that shoulder angle. Need to push him back there, give him a shot more foot and bone off of the front foot size. Young man that comes out next is another one that appreciate the pliability this one has from the side, kind of a crinkled ear type of hog, which throws off his look just a bit. Like to extend him off of his front 1/3, push him back in that shoulder angle, make him just a shot fresher to move him up higher. Young lady's belted hog is one that plenty pliable, easy feeding type of hog, just gives up the most in terms of width and dimension. And the young man's red hog that rounds out the class, one that just gets too uptight up front off of both ends of his skeleton, the most concave in his lower skeleton to move him up higher.
Winning that last class, Class 5 Crossbred Market Barrows, was Cale England. Second place goes to Lydia Bleeker. At this time, we'll bring back all the Crossbred Market Barrel classes 1 through 5. Out of Class 1, your winner was Blake Ostenink. Second place, Laney Franken. Out of Class 2, Blake Ostenink. Second place, Mason Rosenbaum. Out of Class 3, Cale England. Second place, Cole Hoyer. Out of Class 4, Addison Denowden won, and Hadley Rosenbaum was second. And then out of this last class, Cale England first, Lydia Bleeker second. At the conclusion of the Crossbred Market Grand and Reserve, we will choose our overall market hog. And we'll bring back the Purebred Market Gilt, Purebred Market Barrow, Crossbred Market Gilt, Crossbred Market Barrow. As we're getting closer to the end, just a few thank yous. Once again, we want to thank Caitlin Kane from coming down to judge from Casey, Iowa, Franken Transfer, our sponsor here, the Ring Help. Some of these guys have been doing it a long time. So, yeah, if you want to give those guys a round of applause. Big thank you to our swine superintendents, Marianne Bleeker, Tim Bumgars, Micah Weber. They put a lot of time and effort in behind the scenes. They take a lot of complaints and a lot of praise that goes along with it, but without them, this show wouldn't happen. And honestly, a big thank you to the kids. A lot of you that are spectators and know this game of showing pigs, there's a lot of time and effort that goes into it. These kids put kids put countless hours into it. They sacrifice. So no matter what walk you are in your show career, whether you're just starting or you're a veteran in this game, you know that the number one thing that equals success in this game is that hard work. Thanks to the parents, the grandparents, the people that help get these kids what they need and support them. So just thankful for a lot of people to make this pig show happen at the Sioux County Fair. What a great opportunity on a new fairgrounds to host this event to the Fair Board. I think there was a lot of doubters over the last even a week and a half ago. I think there was a lot of doubters how this was going to be pulled off, and it's fun to see and talk to people that are just spectators, and it's fun to see people that are showing pigs or cattle or tack all talk about how great this venue is, and I think it gives a lot of us a lot of hope of what's going to be happening going forward with this Sioux County Fair, because the possibilities are endless.
Well, let's give all these class winners a big round of applause. You don't go to very many county fairs and have this 5 of quality in one ring to be able to sort through, and it really is fun for me to be able to have this kind of challenge and put my personal preference into it and just kind of pick the kind that I like, and it makes it really, really fun for a judge to be able to do that. So kudos to the breeders, kudos to the kids. This has been a blast. I'm going to talk them all as individuals. I'll talk them in order as they came out in class. The young lady's driving this kind of broken belted barrow that came out of class 1. For a lightweight barrow, this one puts a lot of good together. He's opened up. He's very, very genuine at the ground. What you see up high matches it down low. Stout in his forearm. I don't know how his long-term feedability is where I question. I don't know if he's just the most extended off of his front 1/3. Maybe he doesn't overwhelm you in terms of front foot size, but still, for a lightweight type of market hog, that one's really good there. The blue one is one that really rises, in my opinion, in terms of just his look and overall freshness. He's fit to a T, fed kind of for this show at 12 o'clock today. I love how stout this one is in his forearm. I love how square he is coming and going. You get on top of him and he doesn't disappoint. If we're going to get ultra critical, I'd like to clean him up at the top of his chine just to give him a shot more look. Gets a little bit plainer right through there, but back, it puts a lot of good together. Young lady's belted barrow that came out of class 3. One that in terms of market hog fundamentals and being square and functional is good there. I think you compare her to some of the class winners, just gets a little bit plainer and least a script in her shape. I just want to give her a shot more shape up high to make her more expressive, to move that one up, to really put that one to the next level and square him up coming at you through his knee. The young lady out of class 4 is one that front 2/3 are really, really unique about this guy. I love this one's structure when set into motion. I love when you just sheer forearm size. I love his look. For me, when you get in behind him, he wants to get more concave in his lower skeleton, not as genuine. Need to crack him open right as he's going away from you. Give him a shot more lower hip as well. And then the black-headed one that came out of our last class, one that just appreciate how opened up and cracked open this one is and how stout he is in his forearm while still being able to be correct through his hock. Again, as his attitude is wearing on him and he's starting to break down, he really wants to plant and drive on the outside of that skeleton, want to square him up in that right hock just a tick. It's still really opened up, really cool look from the side, balanced look from the side. Just need to fix him as he's going away. So that's kind of how I read him. I'm going to go ahead and take one more look and get you a champion crossbred barrow.
Yeah, he had class 2 as well.
We bring that second place in and appreciate the front 2/3 of this one, tall at the point of his shoulder and extended. Back 2/3, I think he runs out of gas, not as wide through his pin setter opened up there. There's another one that I think pushed our champion extremely, extremely hard. I wish he just had a little bit better attitude, a little bit faster gear, but I was getting awfully critical on a really good one. Young man with the black-headed barrel will be your reserve today.
Your grand champion market barrow goes to Blake Ostenink with his barrow out of class 2, and reserve goes to Cale England with his barrow out of class 5. At this time, we will choose the champion overall market hog out of that first, not class. Out of the first group, Purebred Market Gilt, we have Baylor Van Rigamorter. Out of the Purebred Market Barrows, we have Lydia Bleeker. Crossbred Market Barrow, Blake Ostenink, and Crossbred Market Gilt, Lydia Bleeker. Like I said, at this time, we're going to choose our champion overall market hog. And with that, these kids get an opportunity, whoever wins this overall market hog gets an opportunity to show out the Northwest Iowa Showdown and the Breeding Gilt Show and the Market Show. A few years back, they added that And these kids get to go compete against 8 other counties: Lyon, Sioux, O'Brien, Osceola, Plymouth, Clay, Dickinson, Cherokee, and Buena Vista, I believe, and Spencer, Iowa. They added that, and it's just been another great opportunity for these guys to show their hard work and prove it in a different ring on a different stage. And if they win that, then they move to the All-Iowa Showdown here in a couple weeks. As we're bringing in some of these pigs for the final drive, and there's a lot of spectators out there that maybe don't know a lot about the showing, what goes into it and the why, whether you're showing cattle or goats or pigs or whatever species it is. As a parent and as a spectator and somebody that's watched for a long time, there's a lot of valuable life lessons that come along with this. Responsibility, work ethic, setting goals, sportsmanship, leadership, perseverance, the value of family. Very few activities that your kids are involved in can it be as close-knit as a family, and honestly, the relationships. The kids and parents build a lot of relationships doing this. So if you're wondering the why, I think that's the why for a lot of these kids. And like I said, we've been doing it a long time, and it's just fun to see these kids perform. It's fun to see how they handle losing. It's fun to see how they handle winning. And most importantly, it's about family and relationships.
Reserve market gilt. I don't think we need it.
All right, kids, we can go ahead and shut them down real quick. I just want to say a few things. First of all, thank you to the Sioux County Extension and the swine superintendents for having me come out here today. I really have done this county in the past, and I know that there's a lot of history of a lot of good pigs up in this county and a lot of good breeders, a lot of state fair champions that come out of Sioux County. So I was really excited to be able to sort this, and it definitely didn't disappoint. But please give a big round of applause for your fair board and your swine superintendents, the breeders, the sponsors. I can tell you there's not a lot of county fair boards that would take their situation that they had of losing their fairgrounds and be able to make the most of it in a year. And I think that you guys have gotten extremely, extremely lucky to have such passionate people supporting your kids and keeping this fair going. And I think this is only going to continue to grow. We'll call this a field of opportunity for sure. We're in the middle of a field, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Congratulations to all these kids. For those who didn't end up where they wanted to today, just remember where you start and where you end really depends on what you want to put into it. It doesn't matter if you were first in class or last in class. Make yourself better. Figure out who's better than you. Watch what they're doing and learn from them. Whether it's walking pigs at home, watering them, getting skin and hair, find that kid that beats you, and instead of being angry with them, watch what they're doing and push yourself to do better, because we can either learn from each other or hate each other, and it's a lot more fun to learn from each other. But really, really excited to be able to do this again. I really appreciate applause. Kids around them, go ahead and get sorted up. I'll talk them all each again. The gilt that came out of our champion cross gilt division is one that I really appreciate how she is coming and going. I love how stout she is from her forearm back. Ratchets it extremely, extremely well. As the drive is wearing on, I think she's fighting a little bit of an injury out of her hip. She's starting to throw that rear hip. Maybe it's out or just a tick, but not able to just plant and drive with as much authority as she was earlier today as the drive's wearing on, but still a really high quality female in her own right. The Duroc gilt that won our champion purebred gilt division is one that, again, balances extremely well from the side. Appreciate the stoutness and power that this one has. Maybe compared to the others, just gets a little out horsed in terms of just sheer dimension and sheer width coming and going, but still a nice type of hog. The Duroc that won our purebred division is one ultra cracked open. You appreciate that about this one. Appreciate how much shape he has up high. Maybe not as just impressive in his overall look. I'd like to freshen him up, give him a shot more look and extension off of his front 1/3, a little bit plainer in his overall shape. And the young man's blue barrel that rounded out our market barrow division is one that, again, can get out and motor. Appreciate how genuine this one is coming and going. I love how fresh his overall appearance is. And yet, I'd still like to critique him right on that chine ever so slightly. Just clean that up a tick. So that's how I read him. I'm going to go ahead and put your mic down and get your champion and representative for your showdown. Let's give these kids all a big round of applause.
One quick addition to that, I forgot to mention Lucas Hillbrand's the champion derby, so we got to give him a little love too, along with the other 4. So he's in with the final drive. Grand champion overall market hog goes to Blake Ostenink. Bring Cale England in back out of that class. Correction, not out of that class, out of the reserve market barrel. Reserve market barrel, Cale England bringing back in. And reserve overall market hog goes to Cale England. Once again, big thank you to those that came out. Thank you for those that support. Thank you especially to Caitlin for coming down and judging a great show, getting through it quick. We've had great weather, and most importantly, like I said, the kids. Thanks for your hard work to make this show possible.